Can't you guys see GameMaker? Hey, Bits of Bite, how's it going? Thanks for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. What have you been on with? More Twitch integration? Hey there, Grog. How are you? Brent, brother, what's up? Doing some more sprites today. Much to my chagrin? Is that a word? I've literally never said that in my entire life. Nice, how's it going? Getting there? I hope. That's it for this one, I believe. Coming along, fine-tuning the avatars based on names. So bots versus chatters, etc. Cool. Oh, good stuff. Yeah, I have to say I enjoyed tuning in on my recent days off where I just did other work instead of working on the game. It's about as much of a day off as I can muster these days. Oh, I'm pretty tired. I think once I just kind of stopped working on the game for a couple of days there, it all just caught up with me. I think I'm feeling the benefit, though, of a couple of days off. Just basically cleaned up the apartment and stuff. Been working on the design documents and a contract for the capsule art and logo as well. Oh yeah, I need it. It's definitely hitting me at the minute. I can't keep going like this, realistically. So something's gotta give. Alright. Well, that's that one, I believe. Yeah, the hair gets really wide from the back for the male foragers, but I do believe I'm gonna reduce that down for the females, because they have longer dreads, which are gonna be yeah. It's a lot of stress at the minute in particular, I think, as well. My old landlord has filed a possession claim against me because there's some dispute between the old landlord and the new landlord, and they're just being dicks. So I've got like a court date coming up and stuff. I'm seeking legal advice as to what I need to do and everything at the moment, but it's that right in the midst of like this big push for the Steam, well, getting the Steam capsule art done so we can go into playtesting and whatnot. Yeah, it's just never seems to end. The problem is that things do kind of hinge on the success of the game in a pretty big way. Because, yeah. I'm pretty sure I'm basically going to run out of money in an attempt to get it finished. I'm going to burn through all my savings. I mean, it's not savings. I have investments that I might need to cash in. It depends, though, if I can get the publishing deal. But the problem with oh, tell me about it. I can't wait to move out of here. My landlord's a fucking prick. Aren't they all? You know, anyone who's profiting off of a basic human need, such as housing, is obviously, you know, mentally deranged. There's no if ands, or buts about it. I mean, there's you know, good landlords out there, but I'm sure they're few and far between. But here we are, late stage capitalism, as Adam Savage would say. Everyone's trying to fucking eat each other alive. It's like the zombie apocalypse. Should do this on a new layer, and then I can just freely mess with it. Yeah, the thing is, like, the publishing deal, if I can get a publishing deal, then I don't have to worry about money, but I still don't have employment, and I wouldn't have enough money, obviously, to buy a house. And you can't, nobody will give you a mortgage or really rent to you. I was very lucky to get this place, even though it's in a terrible neighborhood and falling apart. So it's like, even if I get a publishing deal, I'm still kind of stuck here for 3 years or however long it takes to actually finish the game. Yeah, no worries, dude. No worries. Thanks for the raid. Hope you have a great day. So it's one of those things. I mean, I've just got to keep moving in a positive direction, hopefully without running myself into the ground in the process. You know, it's just, I can't keep going like this forever, and I've been saying that for a very long time, like 15 years or something. I've known I can't keep doing this. I mean, I've collapsed several times previously, and then had to pick myself up again and recover and carry on, and it just never seems to end. Oh, that hair is way too short. What am I doing? Wait, I didn't put the, wait, did I do anything, or did I just jump straight in? I might have got distracted by the raid there. Not that I don't appreciate it, a welcome distraction indeed. Where am I at? Okay. Right, step 1. Make them shorter. I don't know, I just got drawn in to those long, luscious locks, you know? Indeed, indeed. I am really happy that I'm able to do some of this stuff now, because I couldn't grasp it at all when I was younger. You know, a bit of a late bloomer, as they say, but I'm getting there. I'm slowly figuring this stuff out. But you know, I have multiple learning disabilities, so I'm not exactly the sharpest tool in the shed. Hey. Well, I had no idea that you were 40, dude. You look nowhere near that. And then reduce. Okay, we've got to bring in the arms a little bit for a more feminine look. Let's see. Yeah, and I don't exactly come from a good background. It's sort of a family with a lot of mental health issues and things, which I've had to disconnect from. So, I mean, for me, it really only feels like my life began a few years ago. But, you know, the rest of the world doesn't care about that. You're in the same boat as everybody else. Gonna slim down the waist a bit, I guess. I'll tell you what, let's do the other side first, it's easier. Oh, yeah, was I supposed to narrow the shoulders? Even, well, I think that happened when I reduced the width of the arms, didn't it? Oh, yeah. But then it's like this part here is kind of strange looking. Okay, I think it's going to be fine. They are looking a little bit skeletalized right now. I think it's going to be fine. Let's bring this across. Most important ingredient, the BOOBA. Okay. Three pixels above the butt crack. There we go. Interesting. It seems to be working. Do we want some extra? No? Maybe. Yeah, I know. I think that's good, actually. Well, I appreciate it. I think it's more common than you might think. Right, that arm is going to need to go right the way. Cross there. Nope. Okay. Do we need all this shading? What's this about? Yeah, and it's definitely got to go down, hasn't it? Maybe even this one? That's... What happened? Oh, the layer? Okay. Not looking too bad. Maybe bring that up a pixel because of the hips. Okay. And now I can do the hair. I shouldn't have been doing that first. Should have been doing it last. And it's got to be, I think, one pixel lower even than the previous frame. I do like this view, so we'll probably extend. Where is this? Probably extend this by an extra pixel to be consistent with that one. Wait, how was it before? Okay. Maybe it was. Maybe actually it was even good like that. Maybe it kind of helps sell the perspective or something. I mean, it seems pretty good. And this one would be like down to here, I guess. Just would do this on a new layer to make things easier. I'm still not using that damn mirror tool. How's that? A little bit too pointy. A pointed stick. Okay. Seems pretty good. I think it's close. Close. I think it's a little bit too pointy still. What does it need? Something like that. Huh. It's too square at the bottom. So we want to keep. Where am I going? What am I doing? Try and keep it kind of rounded, but something like this, I guess. Seems pretty good. Maybe shade that. Alright, well luckily we can just copy paste the hair now for the remaining 3 frames. And well, probably even... I'm in the groove with this method, so I'm just going to keep going with this method. No, that's a good point. That's a good point. I think we're doing okay. This might be the only one where the shoulder seems a little bit big. Good, good. The shoulders have got to be narrower, and usually smaller triceps is more feminine body type. And so sometimes I reduce the triceps, but then it's like the shoulder might not get reduced on that frame. But that was, I think that was this one. And the shoulder's looking fine there. It's actually this shoulder that looks kind of beefy still. We're gonna wind up with a, I'm not sure if the arm is gonna work just completely straight like that. I'd say it does help. Kind of carrying that shape through from the previous frame is good though, so maybe the whole arm needs to move. Why does the hand look like that? What did I do? How was it originally? That's just how it was, okay. Yeah, I think that's good. Trying not to get too hung up on anything, just keep moving. Seems good. Maybe just this elbow. Don't know what I can really do. Oh. Uh, right, that would be like, if the arm was going to be visible there, it'd be like that. But from the front, we've been doing 2 pixels wide, so it would be the same from the back. I don't think all of this outline needs to be here. What layer is that on? That's it. Okay. Oh, I better grab something to drink. I thought that like an hour ago. Okay. Yeah, I was definitely hyper focusing. Let's merge these down. Did I already... oh, god damn it. I can't remember if I already shortened the sprite. If they're at the same head height as the previous sprite, then I did. So I did. Okay. Let's bring those shoulders in. And... why can I not select that? Oh, there we go. How does this work? What is even going on? I'm pretty sure I just want to kind of do that. Maybe this goes down an extra pixel. Pose the in again? Oh, this. Wait, what? Well, this hand is just supposed to be down by this side. It's kind of odd. Oh, okay. It was just kind of a symptom of reducing the size of the arm. Gotcha. Could maybe go all the way down like that, or I'm kind of digging that. And we're probably gonna need a bit of a rump enhancement. Enhance. It's probably good enough. I think I just did 1 pixel in the other. Wait, that was. Oh, I didn't even do the rump enhancement in this one. It's no good. Goes a long way to giving a feminine look. There we go. Yeah, let's do the top. That isn't exactly the right spot. Boom. looking good. And so it's really just the hair now, isn't it? Very nice. The hair's gonna go down in front of the shoulder as well. Yeah, let's use a new layer. Whoa. Okay. Something like that. A little bit more shape on this side. Fill in the outline, then we'll really get a sense for it. Okay, it's actually this. Oh, okay, we're 1 pixel too low. Okay, so a bit like that, I think. And then it would just need some shading. Let's make sure we're happy with it first. Yeah, something about this bit. No, I kind of like it. I like the bushy look. Good. Boom. Boom. That's it. I don't think there's anything else on this one. Wait, didn't I said I could copy paste the hair and then I didn't. So I've now got unique hair and we could choose which one we prefer. It would be really hilarious if I somehow managed to draw them exactly the same. Do we want that pixel to be highlighted or no? I think not. Actually. Uh-huh. There are some minor differences. It might literally just be 1 pixel. So how would that go if I... Wait, what? I think actually the top is different. It's not the hair that's different. Measure the top of the shoulder. So the same height. And that's the top of the top in this one, and then this one's 1 pixel lower. I think it should probably be 1 pixel lower here as well. Excuse me. Only it's on a different layer. So somehow I did manage to draw the hair like exactly the same in both frames. That's pretty insane. Wouldn't have been able to do that if I tried. Okay. Need the rest of the mask. And I say we could get away with a fair bit of copy paste here. I'm going to use the new layer. Yeah, maybe the hair should be a little bit more in front of the mask there. Like just an extra pixel maybe, I don't know. Yeah, I think I like it actually. just like a little bit of missing outline there. And this arm, kind of like that. What's going on over there? No, that's all correct. Shading under the hair, I think I forgot to bring that across. So that's that. The final frame is upon us. Get rid of this beer gut. Priority numero uno. What's going on back there? That's his arm. That doesn't even look right for the male sprite, really. What's going on with this? I think I would just remove that completely. Okay. It was this same sort of angle last time where the shoulder seemed a little bit too big. But the arm is in a different position this time. Hard to say. Hard to say. Might need a little something like that. going on? There's no outline on this thing. Well, shit. Maybe we need to just kind of bring it out 1 pixel the whole way down. That might be the way to go. Let's see what we can salvage from the other one. Seems good. I think we're missing some shading there. Is that true of the original? No, I just got to include it when I moved everything down. Also, what is going on over here? Okay. Seems good. Oh, missing the outline. Yeah, it's the shoulder again. In this one I moved the whole arm forward, so I have to do that. Oh, okay. That's pretty handy. Wasn't expecting it to like autofill. Hmm. Do think it was the right decision to move the shoulder in, but I want the hand to be sticking out a little bit because I think it helps sell the perspective. So I don't know what this dot is anymore. Oh yeah, it was the elbow shading. Yeah, no, that's good, that's good. Oh. Do we give him a thumb? Oh, maybe. Seems like a very thin wrist. Well, it's kind of working, but it feels like it shouldn't be working. Yeah, I think, well, the hand is going down 1 pixel. Maybe that's not quite enough. Maybe we extend the arm by an extra pixel. And then, yeah, there's this in this image, which I just think needs to be removed, basically. Yeah. Okay. Oh, we're missing a bit of shading there. And I think we might be done. Which is good, because I'm getting pretty hungry. So it's always from this frame to this frame. Seems like the mask is getting lower, which it's not. It's just kind of an illusion. I did everything I could to compensate for that, and it seems alright, but it is still a bit like that. Alright, there we go. The female foragers. Great. Guess I'll just put them in game real quick. And we can take a look at them. Okay, there is that one frame where they suddenly seem to gain a lot of weight. Because normally they have this really thin waist, which is possibly too thin. Maybe the problem is that the waist is too thin in some of the other frames. Yeah, I think we may have gone too far in a couple of those frames. Let's go back to A-Sprite. It's hard to strike a balance there because I think that's basically the same width as the male. And But if we go too thin, it's too thin. Yeah. I think that's probably how it has to be. Or, I mean, let's try it. So it was looking fine until we get to like this frame, I think it was. But yeah, I can't really. Yeah, I don't think they can be this thin in the front and rear view. It's a shame, but it's like there isn't really a perfect in-between size. Because we have so few pixels to work with. Okay, let me re-export that. I think that's all of them. Nope, there's a second one in the demo script. There we go. Cool, we should be able to see them in game now. Fire it up in test mode real quick, and by real quick I mean real slow because I'm compiling with YYC. Forgot to check. least we'll get faster in-game loading times. How long have I been streaming today? 2 hours on the dot, basically. It's pretty good. Probably not gonna start on another sprite today. I might just kind of hang out for a bit after I've had something to eat. Check my notes, but I don't think there's anything else that I need to be working on right now. The other stuff I need to be working on right now is the design documents for the logo and stuff. Did my internet just die? What's happening? Google Docs is not loading. Oh, there it is, just being slow. This is something I thought about. It's making the nearest water bearer extinguish the burning humans, the nearest one. Would make a lot more sense, because sometimes there'll be a water bearer hanging around and they're not putting out the person that's on fire, and it's because we're waiting for some water bearer to get back from the stream or something. One of those things. Yeah, anybody who's on fire would need to be tracking the nearest water bearer. Possibly even nearest available. Anyway, do we have any foragers? We have 4 of them. Okay, that's quite good. Where are they? See them, they're not doing much foraging. There's a male, there's a female. Oh, we have this perfect split. Two males, 2 females. I guess they will not forage until the store is built, or until they get hungry enough to go pick some berries. But yeah, there they are. Looking pretty good. We're getting there. There's not many cubes left. Almost everybody has a sprite now. Okay, they're gonna get hungry pretty soon. And they'll go pick some berries. Yeah, because they wouldn't do that before. It's like... I can't remember. I don't think even the hunters would do that. It's like the fishers and the foragers, and maybe the hunters, they wouldn't actually fish or forage or hunt if they were hungry. Which doesn't really make any sense. So the gifts that can provide their own food for themselves, they will now actually do that if they get hungry. Whereas before they'd be like waiting for the store to be built before they would do that. They still do that. They still kind of do that. Well, but they can feed themselves now, which is nice. So what's left? Breeders, fishers, and children are the remaining 3. We're getting there. That worshippers are just ridiculous. Shaman of the OGs. Those are the first ones I drew, and they're probably my favorites. I just think they're very expressive, you know. I feel like they have a lot of personality. Yeah, the shaman. It's funny how the shaman and the drummers both have the like smallest build, and they're also both support classes. It's kind of interesting how that sort of just worked out. I wasn't really thinking about that at the time, but... And then the guards are absolute, you know, beefcakes and muscle mummies. And then everyone else is kind of just a medium build. I think it's very clear what the foragers do with their little baskets, you know? And even the bee motif is kind of like, well, you sort of imagine they're going to be like floating around from plant to plant or whatever. I do love the shaman though, yeah, they're probably my favorite ones. Okay, well, I'm gonna have to get some lunch before I pass out. I'm pretty freaking hungry. Unbelievable. I haven't been training because my shoulder has been really bad. Taking forever to heal up. But I'm still, like, constantly hungry. It's crazy. I didn't know it was possible to be so hungry. Feels like all I do is eat. Pretty happy with those. Okay, yeah. Oh, I still don't really enjoy pixel art. I just kind of switch off my brain and do it. I'll be glad when it's over. And that'll be basically the last thing that I need to do to get this build ready for Steam playtests. And it will also be the build that I use to pitch publishers, I guess, as well. Probably going to want to do a little bit of playtesting before I do the pitching. I suppose whilst we run the playtests, or the playtest, I will be like putting together a pitch deck and stuff in the background. So by the time the pitch deck is ready, then we should have eliminated any remaining bugs and sort of balanced it out a bit. I think it's pretty well balanced as it is now, but no doubt we'll find some stuff. And then I'll have a really nice build to pitch with. Yeah, I was watching, I think Grog rated Azurash yesterday. I might be saying that wrong. Azurash? I forget. Oh, I wish... Anyway, this guy's making like an RPG. It's like a fully procedurally generated RPG, and he's an animator by trade, so the graphics are just like insane. It looks really cool. I can't remember why I brought him up now. Oh, because he has been working on that game for like 8 years or something, I think, and he's preparing a build to pitch to publishers right now, and it's it's kind of crazy because it looks so good with all of the art and animation and stuff. It's like this, it seems like you should have been pitching to publishers 4 years ago or something, you know, but because he's like a trained animator, his game looks incredible. I think mechanically it's largely there too, but you know, it's an RPG, so it's probably got some huge storyline and stuff. I don't know if it's procedurally generated. I don't know how it works really. Maybe it's just kind of a selection of quests that can appear in your playthrough, and I don't know. Very cool project though. It's just funny. It's just funny that he's like, yeah, I'm going to pitch to publishers soon. It's like, this game looks like it should have been released years ago. And yeah, and you're saying now you're going to pitch to publishers. Mine's still primarily, you know, it's all just placeholder graphics and whatnot. So it looks pretty bad. Yeah, but ARCP, oh yeah, no doubt, no doubt. But it will certainly be cool if I can get an artist on board and skin everything up with some really nice pixel art, you know? It's all ready to go. I can just drop that stuff in as soon as it's ready. It definitely helps the playability though too. I frickin' love the female drummers, dude. They're outrageous. One of my favorites for sure. It's the hair. I love that hairstyle. Oh my god, one of the guards died. That was crazy. Holy shit. No, don't do it. We need to regroup. Regroup. Oh, the child. Not the child. Oh my god, the healers. I think the healers might have run out of mana. Well, that's it for this playthrough. I wasn't doing a very good job of helping them. This could be the end. Too busy oogling the female drummer. Okay. Alright. Well, yeah, no, I was saying about it, like, it's good to have sprites for the humans. I just had this inkling that, like, I would like to dabble. I'd like to dabble with the pixel art. Really, it's not for me, but I just kind of wanted to. I had a moment of madness where I was like, yeah, maybe I'll try doing some art stuff for a bit of a change. Regrettable decision, but it is good to have them because you can actually tell who's who without having to memorize the color-coded cubes. Thanks, I'm glad you like them. And yeah, I think that really enhances playability because, you know, not many people have played the game so far, but those who have are often like, oh, what's this red cube and what's this brown cube, and you got to remember all that stuff. You know, you do have the help menu, but who wants to read the help menu? There is going to be an actual tutorial eventually. They're all sleep deprived now. So yeah, that's a recent implementation, is that they all become sleep deprived after 72 hours without sleep. So they go 72 hours without sleep. They get sleep deprived, and it causes their actions to take twice as long to perform. So now there's actually a penalty to not sleeping. which there wasn't for a really long time, and it solved a problem, you know, completely accidentally. I solved like a big problem that we had where you weren't really incentivized to build the camp very much. Like, often you'd be leaving for the next level before you'd even finished building the camp in the current level. And it just beautifully solves that problem because, you know, you've got to unlock... You probably want to unlock all the shrines, so you've got all the miracles from the current level before you leave, and you need to unlock all the portal stones to open the portal to the next level, and that is all going to take twice as long if your worshippers are sleep deprived. So it really incentivizes now, like, oh, the first thing I want to do is get camp built so everybody has a place to sleep, and we can get all that stuff done. But there's a little bit of like a window there. Obviously those first 72 hours of a new game, you could just rush the portal stones and get straight to level 2 or something. So we got different options for I've got Twitch mode disabled right now, sorry. It's disabled by default again. I mean, not again, it's disabled by default now. I'm going to make my own custom stream avatars game once I've finished all of the sprites. That's going to be a fun little side project that I'm going to do. So, you know, whilst I'm working on the game, you guys will be able to have your little tribe going and you'll be doing stuff and things. I think that could be fun. And it's a good way to milk these sprites for everything they're worth. As soon as I've spent months working on them. But yeah, the Twitch mode is certainly going to be fun. It'll be a fun way to play the game with your chat. Chat is the tribe, and you're God, and you have to coordinate. I can imagine that ending terribly, but being hilarious at the same time. Okay. Alright, well, actually I gotta throw something in the oven, so I'll be back in just a second, get something in the oven here, and yeah, it'll take like 30 minutes something for that to cook, so I can... I don't know what I'm gonna do, but I'll be back in a sec. Okay, gotta start a timer for that. How are they doing? Any more deaths? Jesus Christ, why do I always leave it so late to put something in the oven? I'm so hungry. I'm gonna be fading away here. Okay, let's see. Sorry, I have to check my emails. Okay. Oh, dude, that is excellent. Okay, I have the money to pay Jonas now. And he is scheduled to start work in... What is this? "13 days. Awesome. That is good. That is very good. Oh my god, what? I was tabbed out. Holy shit. Well, yeah, sleep deprivation is the least of our concerns. Yeah, so they'll sleep during the day if they're sleep deprived as well. As soon as there's a tent available, they'll try and sleep off that debuff, but they do need to sleep all the way through until night. Normally they'll sleep... The debuff is actually cleared as soon as they're asleep and it's nighttime. But they will actually sleep right the way through till the next morning. That's kind of how it works. But if they get woken up by something during the night, or if you wake them up during the night, the debuff will already have been removed. So it's a little bit weird. There isn't like a timer or something on it, so they could technically sleep for a second and then you wake them up again and the debuff will be cleared as long as it's past sunset. Yeah. I'm aware it's a little bit weird, but it was just the easiest way to implement it without having to have an extra timer or something going, which I didn't want to have to do. Yeah, I'm pretty pleased with that. I'm definitely looking forwards to getting, you know, getting it in the hands of some playtesters and seeing it played on stream and stuff. That's probably gonna be a big sort of motivator. Seeing people playing and hopefully enjoying the game. Yeah, this tribe is doomed. I don't think they're gonna make it. I've been neglecting them big time. Okay, yeah. So I don't know if I really want to do the whole thing of making the nearest water bearer extinguish burning humans. It's a little bit much right now. Okay. Yeah. So, like, sort of beginning of next month, I'm going to send the design specifications over to Jonas. Once he's gone over everything, I'm going to suggest we do a call and kind of, like, talk through everything. I'll answer any questions, and then I'll get his details and a final price for the contract. Get that signed. And yeah, he's planning to start work on the 8th, and he said he sort of predicts that it'll probably be finished around the 27th. of next month. So yeah, and I don't think I'm gonna start the Steam playtest until then, because I just think it would be nice to use like the official artwork, right? So I might as well wait for that to be done. But I still can't launch the Steam page until we have in-game assets done for at least 3 unique environments. So that's for the screenshots and the trailer. But having the capsule art and the logo will be a big step in the right direction for sure. So it still hinges upon me getting the publishing deal, really. And probably like sound and music as well is going to be quite important. We're probably going to need like at least 1 track to use for the trailer, although we could use the existing like menu music or something. It's just unlikely that that will be in the final version of the game. I think all of the music is probably going to be completely replaced. And what? I think I think that's just you. Everything looks good on my end. Check, check, 1, 2. I suppose I should keep talking. So yeah, I'm still blocked by the requirement for those art assets before I can make the Steam page public. So okay, it happens. It happens. Yeah. So the publishing deal is really quite important. So that's going to be pretty much the next step. That will be the next step. So we're probably looking at like end of next month is when I'm going to open up the playtest. So how are we going to do that? I don't know. If you want to playtest the game, especially if you're a streamer, I think the first wave I'm definitely most interested in seeing people play it on stream. You do? Okay, that's all it takes. You just have to let me know, and I'll put you on the list, and I'll get you a Steam key. That's all it takes. So just reach out to me, either here or wherever, and I'll make sure I send you a Steam key. Where's my list of playtesters? This is why you don't use a Word document for managing everything. RSVP ASAP. So we've got 6 playtesters: Freshwater Fern, Grogdev, Community, Solid Plasma, Mr. D-Boy, and now RSVP. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I look forward to that. Hopefully we can like schedule it so there's no overlap and I can be there for everybody's stream and I can be there in chat cheering you on. GameMaker solidarity, yes. And dev solidarity beyond that even. For sure. It's it's just been a blessing to be a part of this community. Like my people in my real life have not been supportive at all, but this community is incredibly supportive. Everyone's so helpful and positive, and it's amazing. It's a real breath of fresh air for sure, when usually all you hear is like, give up and get a real job and get a haircut, you damn hippie. Yes, yeah, everyone's awesome. So I really appreciate all you guys. It's just great, and it's just great to have a place to hang out. I love hanging out in everyone's streams, and it's always a really good time. You know, that was really good for me in some of my recent time off. Yeah, so thanks for being you, basically. Best thing you can do. Yeah. Same here. Got an ever-expanding special thanks list of everyone who's helped me through the process. Yeah, I've learned so much from everyone. It's been great. It is great. Yeah, that's a thought that I've been having recently, is like the best thing, that like the greatest service that you can do for the world is to just be yourself, you know? Well, I'm glad. I've got to be careful because I'm definitely sort of hitting my limit recently. But hopefully I can like ease off a little bit. Exactly. I was you my sentiments exactly. Yeah. I think my my way of saying it is a little bit darker, so I didn't want to say it, but it is like that's the best thing you can do, unless you're a freaking psychopath or something, in which case the best thing you can do is probably kill yourself, but that's a little bit, you know. Yeah, I don't know. It's unfortunate. Like, it's really tough when, you know, it's somebody that you love, and for whatever reason, whether they were born like that or it's due to their own trauma, you know, they're mentally ill and abusive to the people around them, and it's really hard, because nobody teaches you this stuff either. Like, you know, I held out hope for a really long time that things would improve and that like my dad would get better and stuff, and because nobody tells you there's no cure for this stuff. Like, you know, there's no cure for sociopathy. It's like a permanent brain change, and once they're gone basically, and you just gotta cut them off. And it's like the hardest thing to do, because it's you love them, right? It's somebody that you love, and it's like the deepest attachment that you'll ever experience, you know, with your own parent, I think. And you've got to like override that and realize, you know, and yeah, it's like nobody explains this stuff to you. Nobody's teaching you about mental illness in school. Nobody's teaching you about these things. Yeah, it's tough, and it's so prevalent. It's so pervasive and normalized even, you know. That's even worse when it's like people are being taught that, no, that this is what a real man is or something. It's like completely backwards, right? When we're saying like, oh, this is what a real man or a strong, independent woman looks like, and they're just a fucking sociopath, you know? And it's like glorifying mental illness. It's really, really messed up. And it's like deeply entrenched in the culture and everything. It's so I mean, yeah, you just kind of naturally become an outsider if you're not like that, right? You just kind of, it's like you know, if you're like a mentally healthy person in this day and age, you might as well be a freaking unicorn. It's so rare how messed up everyone is with this like cycle of generational trauma and the sort of past that we're collectively recovering from, and to have like the whatever it is, just the resilience, the luck, the fortitude to not succumb to that and to break the cycle. It's a hell of a thing. It's, I don't know. It's pretty overwhelming at times. But yeah, I mean, it's like you don't really get a choice, you know. It's just kind of, I don't know. I don't see how there's a choice, personally. But that's the thing, right? Because that's why it's so confusing, because like, you know, I have like a functioning healthy brain or whatever that doesn't allow me to participate in that. I would feel shame if I was to behave that way, if I was like to abuse somebody or something like that. Like my brain doesn't allow me to do that because it works correctly or whatever. But, you know, a psychopath or a sociopath doesn't have that thing. They don't. That's why they're able to be abusive. That's why they don't experience remorse. Because their brain is unfortunately, you know, diseased. And yeah, there's no actual fix for it, which is the hardest thing. But it's also, in a way, once you understand that, once you learn that, there is no like moral judgment, right? Well, that's all you can do. Or are you talking about cutting out the brain? But yeah, once you understand that, it's not like some sort of moral failing, because you understand that they don't have a choice, right? It's a mental illness, and unfortunately, one of the symptoms of that mental illness is that this person will be harmful and abusive to those around them. But it's like, it kind of helps to understand it like that, because, you know, you understand that they're ill, and it's not like you're going to be, you know, you can't have them around or whatever, but you're not going to be like angry at them, because it's just sad, really, more than anything. That it's like in the same way that you wouldn't be angry at someone for having cancer or something, like, bro, just don't have cancer, like, what are you doing? It's like it's an illness. Really, it's just tragic more than anything. I mean, it's easy to be angry because that's the protective emotion that tries to protect us from feeling hurt. It tries to protect us from the pain. But that's what is underneath, is the pain, and just how tragic it is, really. How long's left on this sweet potato, dude? I'm frickin' starving. 18 minutes. We're gonna make it. We're all gonna make it. Drink more water. That's a good way of not feeling hungry, right? Oh yeah. Holy moly. Yeah, I'm really trying to stay well hydrated lately, but it never seems to be enough. Never enough. Anyway, that was whatever that was. I mean, I'm sure we've all gone through it in different ways. It's just so incredibly isolating and so difficult to find like safe people these days because it's so prevalent. But that's why I think this community is so great. And I was saying the other day how I was like kind of spoiled because before this I was in like the Quake speedrunning scene, and everyone who speedruns Quake is really cool as well. It's like there's just these little like hubs or hotspots, vortexes. I don't know. There's these little scenes, and people involved in those scenes are. Why did Chrome just crash? You know, just cool people tend to gravitate towards like certain scenes. And so I was kind of spoiled with that as well. Like there's a lot of cool people in the Quake scene, and yeah, kind of. It was a bit of a shock to the system going back to the real world or whatever, and realizing how fucked up everyone is these days. It's pretty it's a pretty sorry state of affairs. But you know, actually I don't know. I think I've not really known what to do for a long time. I mean, I've tried. I keep trying. I know this is definitely not healthy. It's not healthy to be completely isolated. But none of my attempts to connect with people have really succeeded yet. Outside of online, which is why I think the internet is a blessing. You know? I mean, geez, if I was born before the internet and it was this bad back then as well, then I would have been completely screwed. Because, I mean, the internet sort of allowed me to discover that there are people like me in the world. They're just not around here. But yeah, end of next month we'll start doing playtests because we should have the Steam capsule art and the logo by then, and I just think it would be nice to launch the Steam playtest with the official artwork and everything. And from there, I'm going to have to start putting together the pitch deck and approaching publishers, and that will hopefully allow me to get an artist on board and a sound designer and a composer, possibly even multiple artists. The more the merrier, the faster we can get it done if we have multiple artists. And once we have enough artwork for 3 unique environments, then we can put together a trailer and some screenshots, and then I'll be able to get the Steam page out. So we're currently blocked by that just needing enough of the art assets done to put together those store assets, I guess. Yeah, so it all takes a very long time. But still, it's exciting. It's definitely exciting to have finally reached this point where I kind of have a video game on my hands. And yeah, I'll be, where's my list? So I'm probably, like, coming off the back of playtesting, I probably want to, like, shift gears into implementing, like, the full save load system, so you can name and manage your save files and stuff, and adding, like, remappable controls and graphics options even. I think it's fairly limited what you can do in GameMaker in terms of graphics settings, but, you know, at least we need to be able to change resolution and stuff like that. I suppose I can build in a, don't know if I will, but it would be possible to do something that reduces the number of particles and stuff like that. And config files just so that it saves all of your settings and everything. I think that's probably where I'm going to be needing to focus next, because those are, like, essential. You know, there's still more miracles to add to the game and more creatures to add to the game, but I feel like that's like content, right? It's content, and the content seems less important than doing the essential systems. Yeah. And I might just not release the demo on itch or anywhere else. And that way we can just, like, integrate the saves into Steam, and just have the one system. I was talking to Taraka about it yesterday, and, you know, he has handling for saving whether you're playing the game through Steam or whether you're playing the game somewhere else. And it even, like, if you were to switch back and forth, it would still, like, adapt properly, and your saves would all still work no matter where you were playing it. Whereas I might just keep it simple and have just everything through Steam and not release. I mean, I was never going to release the game anywhere else anyway, but the demo, I could have released the demo on itch or something just for additional exposure. But it is extra work if we want to make it all kind of compatible with both Steam and itch, and also work with switching between them potentially. And then it would be the tutorial, I guess. Although, maybe not, actually. Maybe not, because the tutorial, you don't put the tutorial in the demo, right? We don't do that. So then I could be back onto the other content, like the rest of the miracles, the creatures, the endings. I don't have the endings on here. But yeah, I do need to do them. But we did the return portals, as I call them, even though that's not what they're actually called in the code. They're called entrance portals, but that's because the other ones are called exit portals, so it kind of made sense to call them entrances. But I like to call them return portals. But I did those recently, which basically means that once you've been to a level and it's been procedurally generated, then you can return to it by going back through the return portal, or the entrance portal, the portal that you came in from when you entered the new level. And that's really good because, well, I'll need to do a bit of extra work, because all it does right now is return you to the previous level. But for the good ending, I think we want to have multiple portals, one for each level, and so you could return to any level. But we basically have done the groundwork for that now. And honestly, return portals were huge. Like, there's something about being able to return to a place that makes it seem so much more real, which we didn't have before. It all felt very ethereal. Like, the level would be procedurally generated, and then it would only exist for as long as you were in it, basically. And then it was gone again. It didn't seem as real as like, oh, that's an actual place I can go back to. And yeah, having the levels like connected in that linear sequence like that is really cool. And yeah, once you get to the end of the game, once you beat the game, every level that you were in previously is stored in memory and saved and loaded and everything now. That's all set up. So you could go all the way to the end of the game and then go all the way back to the beginning of the game, back through all the levels again. And yeah, the plan for the good ending, I think, is just to put a bunch of portals in there, one for each level, and then you could return to any like world of your choosing. And I'll put a miracle in there, like a rapture miracle, that allows you to rapture everybody back to heaven at any time as well. So yeah, that'll be kind of like the good ending. Is you reach heaven, you have like eternal life there and abundance, and you can freely reincarnate, so to speak, in any world of your choosing. Yeah, and then you can rapture everybody back to heaven whenever you want as well. And the bad ending, I'm pretty sure, I mean, somebody said it sounds like very punishing, maybe a little bit too punishing, but I'm pretty sure the bad ending is just going to be like eternal damnation, literally. You arrive in hell and there's just no way out, and it's impossible to survive there. And so you're just basically guaranteed to die. Or you could also have eternal life. You could also have immortality, but you're just trapped in hell for eternity, essentially. That's even funnier, isn't it, really? You're just trapped in hell, but you can't die. But it's like, what would even be there if you can't die? I mean, it's game over, basically. It's game over, man. It is game over. It's the end of the game. I was thinking about, like, you know, having all kinds of hell spawn in there and volcanoes that rain fire and stuff down on everything. But it's like, if you can't die, what's the point in any of that stuff? So maybe hell is literally just going to be like a barren hellscape. But but you can't leave, and you also can't die. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how this stuff actually plays out with like the conservation meter and whatnot. Anyway, it still hasn't really been fully tested. I went back on my idea of changing it so that only the player affects the conservation meter. I still think it's right that the conservation meter refills if the animals kind of naturally replenish their populations, because that's how it works in nature, right? So that's probably how it should be, which is how it is now. I just thought it's a bit confusing because the conservation meter just starts going up when the animals like give birth, and you might not be aware of what's happening. So tying it to the player's actions exclusively would be less confusing, but also less realistic. it's not even just, it would kind of be, the balance would sort of be off. Maybe. Depends. I don't know. It needs testing, really. It's just, I just kind of, you know, implemented the basics just so I have it there. But that stuff realistically is probably like over a year away before I even really mess with any of that. Yeah. We got to do the important stuff first, which is it's a little bit daunting, but I'm sure it'll be okay. It will be really nice when you can like name your save files and everything. I think that'll be really nice. It does mean that I'm gonna have to overhaul the menus because we're gonna need like a proper save load screen for managing save files and stuff. Oh, something I mentioned to Jonas Sundberg is who I've hired to do the capsule art and the logo. I was also saying, if I get a publishing deal, I could hire you back to do like the loading screens. We could, because you know every level is a different biome. We could have like a cool piece of artwork for the loading screen for each biome, and we could also use those on like a level select screen if we ever had one of those. We do have one right now, but it's just like a developer tool. I don't know if there's actually going to be a level select in the final game, like once you've beaten the game once, or once you've reached a certain level for the first time, you kind of unlock it on the level select screen and you can start a new game from that level from then on. But I think the problem with that is like not having the miracles. It is linear in the sense that you need some of the miracles from the previous levels to survive in the current level, and if you were to just jump into like the middle of the game, you wouldn't actually have all of the miracles that you needed. So I don't think there will actually be a level select screen for that reason, but anyway, it would be cool to have the loading screens. So yeah, that's another idea that I had. But that would be like 10 different biomes plus heaven and hell, so we're talking like 12 illustrations, which I probably, yeah, I probably can't afford to hire him to do 12 illustrations, but if I get the publishing deal, it becomes a possibility. Okay, my food is ready, just in the nick of time. I'm gonna go chow down. Thanks for watching. I'll be back in a little bit. I don't know if I'm really going to do much more game dev today. I'm glad I got that sprite done, but I think I'm just kind of going to hang out and take it easy for the rest of the day. So, I'll catch you after the break. I'll see you in a bit.